Happy Saturday night. Happy Saturday night. I hope everyone's doing great. Despite the horrors of the world taking place. Welcome to the stream. 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 Mind your ears. There it is. Get out of here. Okay. Let's talk about what I was talking about earlier today. So that's official. It's on the record. And it's on a Higurashi episode. Two things. Like 1.5 things. The first important thing. There is potentially, probably, maybe not going to be a stream next Saturday. Which would mean there would not be a Higurashi Saturday stream. A couple things can happen to that. I could, in theory, bump Higurashi to Friday night if I wanted, but I don't think I'm going to. It could mean there's no stream completely at all Saturday. There could be a stream on Saturday night, but it not be Higurashi. There's a couple reasons for it. I have a pretty busy schedule on Saturday. I know for sure I'm not doing like a day stream come Saturday, and then my night may or may not be taken up. So, with the possibility, I can't guarantee it because I don't know for sure, but with the possibility of me finishing Chapter 2, either tonight or Tuesday, and then there not being a Higurashi stream then potentially on Saturday, that would mean then the next week we would back up on Chapter 3, which would give then at least a week break from Higurashi. So then, depending on how you look at it, that's either a good break for all involved. You have time to catch up on any missed streams, on any missed sections, both on YouTube and Twitch. It allows me to take a break off of it. I actually did this a lot more during Umineko. I think in between each chapter, I generally took like a week off. Or each like section, I took like a week off if I'm remembering correctly, except for when we got to the end where I was like all steam forward and was trying to finish it before the end of the year. But we're not at that point yet. We're not at desperation yet. The half thing, so just be wary. If we finish Higurashi Chapter 2 here today, tonight, or Tuesday, just be ready for there not to be Higurashi come Saturday, a week from today. Unless I say otherwise, but I don't think I'm going to change that. The half thing I want to say is, and this may be met with less enthusiasm, depending on who you are. I'm a, maybe, I don't know, little known fact or big known fact, I don't know. I'm a big NBA basketball guy, and playoffs are actually starting, and the team I massively root for is actually making the playoffs this year. And I'm going to be very interested in actually watching how far they go. And that means any games they're in. And for that reason, and because scheduling the playoffs is kind of iffy, and you don't know when the games are going to come up necessarily until like a little ways out, that might fuck with streams, potentially schedule-wise. Not just on Saturdays, but throughout any weeks. Weeks for weeks. Depending on how far my team gets. So I just want to get it out there now that there's potentially those like games that I want to watch live are happening during normal times for streaming, in which case I will just not stream during those times. And some of those times might happen during normally scheduled Higurashi things. So again, hopefully I'll be able to give some kind of lead up time, but if that's the case, then that's much more likely that I would like move the Higurashi stream accordingly. So like, oh, if the team I care for is playing Saturday night, I would expect like Higurashi to move to like Friday night. Something like that. Again, I'll hopefully give enough lead up time. You know, enough leeway, enough heads up to say when things might be moving around. But I just want to get that. I want, like I said, on record, on on record. Just be mindful of that. Get ready for it. Don't be surprised. Don't be shocked when it happens. Where would you get the news removed streams? From my mouth? From my mouth? I used to, okay, so this is a little behind the scenes. I used to run a purely like update, like stream and new, like updates and schedule and everything, like Twitter account, but that was like years ago. And then I just stopped because I didn't necessarily like it, and I wasn't already fully committing to like a hard set schedule anyway back then. And at this point, I don't think I'm going to resurrect any kind of like idea from that. So as always, the best way to know if streams move is to listen to streams prior, or like I said, I'm pretty damn good at giving the info with enough time in advance, because I can see the future. I can see my schedule in the future. And so if like a Higurashi stream is going to move, then I'm going to be pretty damn good, hopefully, if I can. I can't say I can do it 100%, but if like a Higurashi stream is going to be moved, I would expect hopefully I'd be able to say like, oh, especially because Higurashi's like the one kind of stream that I schedule like this. Hopefully the stream prior to a stream having to get moved, I would be able to say it, basically. That's the idea. The other thing is, other than that, I always say it, either use Twitch or have like extensions on your own browser if you care to. They're out there if you want to make it easier even. Set up notifications for when the streams go live. If I'm then playing something you don't care to watch, then you can just peace out. If it's something you do want to watch, whether it's Higurashi or anything else, then it's there. So just make the notifications on. I hate being like, hey, turn your notifications, hit that bell, hit the fucking subscribe button. I hate doing like that because most people understand how the internet works these days. But just like find a way. That's all I can say. Find a way to make it work for you personally. And I don't mean that in like a harsh way either. I just mean like there's multiple ways of doing it. Setting up notifications for yourself, use Twitch itself or some extension or whatever. The only other way is if my carrier pigeon business takes off in the next couple months, which I'm hoping it does. I will accept money, and then for the length of a year, it's basically like a year-long subscription service, I will send pigeons with little notes attached to their feet, their little feeties. And wherever you live, you also have to share me with your address. That's a tough sell. But I will send a pigeon to where you are at to let you know that I'm about to stream. Now, I'll have to do them in advance because pigeons probably not flying that fast. So I'll have to send them like days in advance. So the accuracy of the notes might not be great, but it's the only other option. Now let's do a recap. I had to watch just the end of the stream, last stream, to remember what the hell was happening. So we have a couple people, other than the as we've known, established a long time ago, blonde-haired lady and Tomotake, long since gone. Now, other friends are MIA. Rika, Satoko, gone. Kechi put two and two together and realized, barely realized, I would say he had to be told, basically, that the two of them, Satoko and Rika, lived together ever since their family situations kind of went south. He was like, oh yeah, they do live together. I didn't really think about that. Strange. Of course, Kechi starts getting paranoid, partly puts the blame on himself. He thinks because he went to Rika and specifically said and asked for her help, basically, that roped her into the bad things happening. This was happening amongst the back and forth between him and Shion. The strange relationship him and Shion have. This kind of like, I would imagine it's very much like you see in like movies and shit. If two partners in crime accidentally kill someone and they didn't mean to or something, a gun accidentally fires off and they kill someone and they're like, who do we blame? It was your fault, it was your fault, it was your fault. And then they did the bad thing and now they're dealing with the repercussions as far as like guilt and also paranoia about being caught. And then also like, oh no, they're going to find us. They know, everyone knows. So they have their own little tiffs and taps. It's not a phrase. Going back and forth constantly between the phone. Again, I'm always talking about how one of these times, if not, it's already happened. I think, I think it would be easy for Mion herself to be on the phone when Kechi is thinking it's Shion on the phone. But that's a whole other can of worms. You have Mion now going into weird mode in front of Kechi when they're by themselves. Again, is this ultimately like a sign of his paranoia going off? And like, is he just like freaking out and she's not actually acting that strange, but he reads her as acting strange because he's scared and he's afraid for his friends now that are gone? Possibly. That's always my working theory. It ultimately culminated again. So Satoko, Rika, they don't pick up the phone. So then he's like, oh, they're missing. They went to the place where they lived near the shrine. And then there was like basically a manhunt. The village was already looking for I think the night prior for the mayor who's also gone missing. I think there was something of note here that I'm just now remembering is that now it's like 3 nights in a row. I think it's 3 that someone has disappeared and or died. Starting with blonde-haired lady in Tomatake, then the mayor, and now potentially Rika and Satoko. Don't know why the name escaped me there for a sec. Kechi's freaking out because Kechi and Shion, when they talked, were like, hey, when fucking, what they're doing, they're taking off the people around us and then they're gonna go for us. They're trying to torture us is basically the thought process between the two of them. So they're targeting the people around us. So that's even freaking Kechi out more. Welcome back. Glad you can make it. You had the weird, they were on like a ladder or something, and then you had the weird Shion eyes thing happening. That was a thing we got. And then I think it finally ended with the Oishi taking Rina and Kechi home. Dropped off Rina. And then in a weird move that I didn't necessarily like in general, I'm pretty sure Cop Oishi goes into the back of the car, blocks off Kechi from escaping home, kind of corners him. He's like, I'm going to ask you questions and you can't avoid me. It's not going to be easy. And I think Kechi like passes out or something. Or if he falls asleep, he knocks out. And then basically gets away from Oishi when he gets like a bloop bloop call. But like Oishi's putting the pressure on Kechi massively. The untrustworthy Oishi. And I think that's about where we end. That was from Tuesday's stream. So kind of eventful. And I think we're only ramping up more and more as we go here into tonight's stream. An amazing recap, if I say so myself. A recap for the ages. I assume he is going to be waking up the next day now. I think. Or maybe it's still night. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I'm gonna move this window just slightly. There we go. More at eye level here. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I'd awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ、ゆうべはお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの?
So then, you were out late last night with all your friends looking for them?
3時くらいまでかな。
Until about 3, I think. Yeah.
結局見つかったの?
Did you find them?
そのリカちゃんとサトコちゃんは。
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean. Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rina. It was her at the door. Good morning.
少しは眠れたかな?
Did you get any sleep? Did you?
何時間寝れたんだろうな。
I think I slept for a few hours.
多分、鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
You could probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. Rina seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's the first time. I'm pretty sure that's the first time that's popped up with someone typing in Rina. I had added that like several streams ago, and like I was just waiting for it to happen. Rina seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校行くか?
Are you going to school?
うん。
Yeah.
その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
I think it'd be better that way, she said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rina was probably wearing her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
今日お休みしたら、きっと圭一くんは病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。
If you stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying nonstop and sleeping.
私、そんなの嫌だから。
I don't want that.
だから、一緒に学校に行こう。
So let's go to school together.
わかった。
Alright.
ちょっと待っててくれ。
Wait just a moment.
すぐ支度するから。
I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Rina mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. Also, the comment, I meant to comment on the actual comment, at least Rina's normal. Seemingly? I mean, definitely, definitely if you stood Rina from chapter 2 up next to Rina from chapter 1, right? In chapter 1, it definitely seemed like Rina and Mion were, for lack of a better term, antagonistic towards Kechi. So yeah, she seems a bit more chill. I think she at least, and then this is and this again completely comes back to my whole like what exactly. Obviously, we went back in time and we're re-experiencing the same stretch of time with different events happening in theory. But what exactly, especially when on that front, for, again, way lack of a better term, but like, of the evil people that Ketchy is experiencing these moments with, what makes that be a change? What's why in the first chapter was it both Rina and Mion acting aggressive towards him, and then in this chapter seemingly it's just more the Mion and then the Mion and Shion of it all kind of thing, and that whole conflict. Change the self chain so don't seem to follow. Yeah, true. So what you're saying is that just like in Umineko, these scenarios are happening on a game board, and for us to solve the actual happenings, we must spin the chessboard around, and then we'll be able to solve exactly what is happening here before the end of episode 3. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
Spain! I guess Michan couldn't wake up today, huh? It's a certified Vinny Vine sauce spin moment. I guess Michan couldn't wake up today, huh?
あ、そうか。
That's right.
あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。
For her, it wasn't just yesterday.
一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
She was up all night looking for the mayor the night before last, too. We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances. I didn't really talk about this because I don't necessarily know how to actually, like, go over it all and everything, but that aspect of this. So, if we assume that potentially Mion is related to the disappearings by some tendril, some tie, then at the very least, Mion is having to do an acting job of saying she is looking for these people. One of two things is happening. If she's related to the disappearings or the killings or whatever, and then she's spending all night looking for them, she's either putting up a good job of acting like that, or she has to act like she's really concerned for these people disappearing. Or the second thing is that she's not related to them, and she is genuinely concerned about all these people that are disappearing the last couple of nights. Also, there was a tip thing that was talked about, I think, in the last stream. That was also an interesting bit, where it was theorized, I think, if I was reading it correctly, that it's highly coincidental and maybe wink wink related that potentially the Sonozaki family maybe intentionally is, if I'm reading it correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but was like targeting the other 2 members of the 3 big families kind of thing. At least that might not be what's actually happening, but at least the story was kind of like hinting, it drew some kind of conclusion to that. Like, it made a point to make the other thing, at least to make me think about it, right? The reader to think about it. Like, it was like, hey, isn't it so weird that the Sonozaki family, who wants to maybe potentially make it go down from like a big 3 family to a big 1 family, and oh man, the mayor's gone, and he was a member of that whatever last name family, I think, or whatever. Can't remember the other name. And then there's the Rika family, and if she's gone. So that's an interesting bit as well from, I forgot to recap. I forgot to throw that in the recap. We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances.
どうする?
What did we do?
もう少し待つか?
Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. Oh, that was the other thing. And then Kechi also was afraid for Mion because he was like, the way Kechi seems to be reading this is like, oh shit, if it was the Frude family and then the Mayor family, like, oh shit, someone from the fucking the Sonozaki family is next. He was taking it as like a warning for the next family in line, as opposed to what if it was internal, one family taking out the others, which is weird because when he brought up that theory, that was already contrasted with what I was thinking. I was thinking, oh shit, it's Sonozaki going internal and trying to knock out the other families, and he was taking it as, oh shit, Sonozaki family's next in line to get got. Which was weird. I remember at the time I was like, huh, strange. Not how I was reading it, Kechi, but okay. You keep doing you. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have? No, that couldn't be.
行こう。
Let's go.
今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
Let's let her sleep for today. Rena gave me a pat on the back.
ミオン、本当にいるよな。
Mion, she's still here, right?
何か言ったかな？
Did you say something?
いや、独り言。
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself.
行こうぜ。
Let's get moving. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, Principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
おはようございます。
Good morning. The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
前原くん、おはよ
Maibra-kun, good morning.
う。龍宮くん、おはよ
Ryuga-kun, good morning.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。
Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom. She just goes, curry, curry, curry.
いいかね。
Alright. Principal, our teacher seems broken. Rena and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading on for a while now disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。
First, the principal has something important to tell everyone.
校長先生、どうぞ。
Go ahead, Mr. Principal. Principal cleared his throat and approached the day.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろう。
I was stumbling there. I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's emptied seats. Principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。
Okay, everyone, pay attention.
今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。
From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. Now, this is where I would make my snide comment that if Kechi had his parents taking him to school, probably worse off. Probably more in danger. His parents suck so much they're like a negative to his well-being.
保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。
For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups.
プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。
So at some point, I need to update the Maria hating zone into the Kechi's parents hating zone. Might be a bit too long. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents.
いいですね。
Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled.
では授業を始めます。
Well then, let's begin the lesson.
委員長はお休みですね。
Class president? She's absent, I see.
では日直号令
Then whoever's on day duty, let me hear it.
起立。
All rise. That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives have been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher, who always had her lunch on the in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. That sentence was worded weird. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Rena brought his chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. At least Ketchy's not losing his mind. Yeah, again, stacked up to 1, it's a lot less severe. 1, you can maybe make the argument that, like, him freaking out at Shion earlier when the shit started hitting the fan way earlier was not great. Instead of like a roller coaster with a very high peak, like in chapter 1, maybe it's just at a higher elevation, but like straight. It's like a straight line of like, oh shit, this situation sucks ass. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね。
I'm sleepy.
ああ
Yeah.
でももうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。
I don't feel like sleeping anymore, though.
むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel.
そうかもね。
You're right. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
遠慮なくつっつけよ。
Grab anything you want.
今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
Go ahead. You can admit that my bento is better today.
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。
Okay, then I'll have some.
ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
Wow, chikura roll with perilla and cheese, or perilla? It's probably not pronounced like with the Y. Perilla and cheese? I don't know what those are. That's interesting.
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
Rena, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom. It seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess. Oof-oo-foo.
こうして2人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってるとなんだかなんだかだよね。はう。
Just the two of us sharing our lunches like this is sort of like something. How? Come on, Rena, you can say it. It's a date. It's like a date. You're imagining this as a date. Go ahead, say it. Life sucks. Smiling away the suckiness. Or laughing away. Ha 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 ha. Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up.
ごめん。
Sorry.
悪かった。
I mean, well, I'm sorry.
ううんいいよ
No, it's okay.
仕方ないよ
It's not your fault. Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコどこに行ったんだろうな。
Rika-chan, Satoko, I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rina catch her breath.
昨日ね圭一くんがいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたからレナの知ってる限りを話すね
Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things, so I'll tell you what I know, okay?
昨夜はすまなかった。
Sorry again about last night.
頼む。
Go ahead. At that time, since they'd arrived for support, Rina was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Rina said she overheard it.
でも結局何もわからなかったんだ
Oh,
よ。
it's like Rina the informant right now. They didn't know anything important though, did they?
学校が終わってから家に帰って二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は全く。
Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school, and then apparently went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that... Miyana told me yesterday. We had no clues.
うん
Yeah,
警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる
the police also said that they probably went out on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home.
家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところと言ったら街かもしれないでしょ
If they were going out to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, then they might have gone into town.
だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい
So I guess they concluded that they disappeared while in Okinomiya.
警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた
Police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning. In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamazawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then, Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then... what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but... It might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan, and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
I don't think she'd go into town.
圭一くんもそう思う
You think so too, Kichi-kun?
レナもそう思うよ
I agree.
リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have disappeared in Hinamizawa. I looked back at Rina, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね
I'm going to rinse this out. She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Rina didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rina didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが町に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて
The whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going to town to play, then disappearing?
なんだか腑に落ちなくて私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの
That didn't make sense for some reason, so I decided to investigate a little bit myself.
聞いた？
Who did you ask?
何を？
What did you ask them about?
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。
I asked the Lady Society all kinds of things.
昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ。
There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember?
富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
The old lady from the Tomita tofu shop came too. The Tomita tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub-like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
The old lady says she remembers Satoko-chan stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school.
豆腐
Tofu?
学校の帰り道にだろ。
Well, it's on the way home, right?
それが何か手がかりになるのか？
How is that a clue?
いいから聞いて。
Just listen.
リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと覚えてるかな？
Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house? Rina stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。
There was a pot on our gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it.
中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。
I think there was probably about half of it inside.
残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。
The rest was in the refrigerator.
冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。
They must have been planning to make chilled tofu.
お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
It was on a plate. It was on a plate in plastic wrap. As Rina explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room.
でもレナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
Still, Rina, why does this matter?
ケイチ君、
Ketchikan,
お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。
when you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last.
つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはさとこちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
That means that Rika-chan or Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it till right before dinner time.
夕食の時間の直前まで？
Right up until dinner time? Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たらすごく不吉祥だった。
The trash in the countertop bin was put in there really awkwardly too.
食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、さとこちゃんがすることもあるの。
Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does it too.
だからその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理したんだね。
So Satoko-chan was cooking that night.
それってつまり
So
さ
that,
とこに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
so that means that Satoko at least didn't go somewhere to play? She was preparing dinner?
うん。
Yeah.
それで私、炊飯釜も見てみたの。
Then I took a look at the rice cooker and
炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
there was rice for two still in there.
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど2人とも夕飯は食べなかった。
So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it?
そういうことか？
Is that it? Rina nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。
So next I looked in the fridge.
そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。
There was some chilled tofu, made from the other half that they bought.
それだけじゃない。
That's not all either.
お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
There were a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap. Usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう。
That's right.
ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。
Use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later.
冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
So the fact that they were in the fridge means they didn't plan on eating them that night, at least.
そういうことになるのか？
Is that what it means?
ケイチ君、
Ketchikan,
もっとよく考えて。
think a little harder.
お夕飯を全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。
Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up.
どういうことだと思う？
What do you think that means?
じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。
Well, that means they didn't need to eat dinner anymore.
外食とか出前とかで。
So they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout.
それも突然にね。
It must have been really sudden too.
前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。
If they decided to do that beforehand, they wouldn't have made anything, but
そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。
there was dinner for 2 of them.
つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
That means that when Satoko-chan was making their dinner, they really thought they were going to eat it right until before they didn't.
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
So then, the theory about the 2 of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong?
そう。
Yup.
つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。
They disappeared after making dinner, and right before they ate it.
多分7時頃くらい。
Probably around 7 o'clock.
そんな時間に食事もせずに2人はどこへ行ったんだ。
Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating?
当然そこに行き着くよね。
That's obviously where this is leading.
ケイチくん覚えてるかな？
Ketchikun, do you remember?
折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったのを。
On their fold-out table, there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder. There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね。
The container for the soy sauce?
空っぽだったの。
It was empty.
もう一滴も入ってなかった。
There wasn't even a drop left.
これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。
Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it.
だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
So I looked under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they have.
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff.
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
Ha 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 ha. I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before. Rina cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
Then when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all.
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味になるんだ。
It wasn't there? What does that mean?
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。
Everything I'm going to say from here on is just Rina's idea.
だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
So please listen until the end without saying anything. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
俺ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって分けてもらえるものなのか。
I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce?
うん。ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいことじゃないよ。
Yeah, it's not all that uncommon in Hinamizawa. I've always wanted to just go to a neighbor's and ask if they had, like, sugar to borrow. The stereotypical, hey, do you have any sugar that you can lend me? And then see what happens. I'd probably get pepper sprayed. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like this.
うちに食事の用意があるから、さとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。
We have plenty of food here, so you should come too, Satoko-chan.
リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって。
Rika-chan has already eaten.
きっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
I think that's how they called her out there. Now, I just want to say, I know Rina said that this is just her conjecture. This is all just her assuming, guessing. This is quite the story that she's come up with. I gotta hand it to her. I don't think it's good, but it's quite the story. Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then, Satoko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. Okay, but this is already pretty strange.
食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people.
たまたま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
Could it have been just coincidence that they made too much?
それでも絶対に考えられない。
It's still unthinkable. Rina flatly denied me.
だってリカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。
Since Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she?
どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste. This was all only circumstantial evidence in Rina's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation bereft of clues.
じゃあレナ、
Then, Rina,
リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
where did Rika-chan go to get soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce. And somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd be invited for dinner. So, who was it? Rina slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここまで。
That's all for Rina's guesses.
あくまでも想像だからね。
These are all just ideas, okay?
警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
Keep them a secret from the police. It's just like Rina's playing that clue game that even the friend group played a little while back. She's making her accusation. Neighbor's house. Random neighbor killed him with an invitation to dinner.
隠すことはないんじゃないか？
What is there to hide?
仮に半分しか会ってないとしても、きっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
Even if only half what you say is right, it should be a good clue for all this.
ケイチ君、
Kichi-kun,
これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。
this all means suspecting someone from Hinamizawa.
確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
We can't suspect anyone without a really good reason. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rina cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way, Rina had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. Felt a bit like when she was talking to her Mion, where she said this. So you're saying it looks like it was Rina. Rina is implicating herself? Is that what you're insinuating? Oh, did Rina cook? Oh, like come up. I see. You were doing the slang cook. Is that what you're saying? Not like that they For a second I thought you meant like is Rina the one who was like cooking and then like for some reason I was about to be like no, I don't think that's what happened. I don't know, it just seems so wild. There's a lot of leaps in logic in my opinion. but I see what you're saying. I mean, the part I have to think about is like, because it's a theory being posited by a character inside the story. She either has to be like the way, like the story wouldn't present a theory by Rina here if it wasn't for a reason, right? They wouldn't just take time to do it. That's not how stories get written, right? So like she's either, you would think, probably very, very wrong, or intentionally misleading him, or very, very correct, or very close to correct. Like she's on a right path kind of thing. And either she knows or she doesn't know that she's intentionally leading him. So that's what I would say about the theory thing. Now, the other thing you're saying, the way Rina says this theory, it kind of felt like when Kichi was talking to her about having Hermione. That I would need, like, a slightly better, like, explanation. Okay, I see. So you're saying the way she's kind of talking about it is that she is intentionally, it feels like she's kind of like, not in the negative sense, but trying to give, because just like how she was talking to him about Mion, she was like trying to give him hints and trying to help him and aid him, right? Like she knew information, but she didn't want to outright say something. She didn't want to outright... She wanted to lead the horse to water, but didn't want to just take a cup of water and throw it at his face. Kind of situation. And I get that. That sort of makes sense. But then it goes back to what I was saying earlier. That it's either, again, because of how stories work and are written, it's either that, like she's leading him closer, or if we were to go the nefarious route for whatever reason, if we wanted to double back and be like, oh no, Rina's actually a bad actor here in chapter 2 as well, if she's like somehow misleading him, the opposite of leading him towards the truth, right? I'm not necessarily saying that's accurate to say that that's happening, but it would probably be more likely one of those two reasons that we get this hypothesis by Rina. Anyway, Rina had barely enough information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So, there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rina did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rina might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Toмотaki-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. RIP. There were 2 left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then, what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? The 2 most powerful people in the village. The mayor, and then baby Rika. I love it. If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like something was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this, lay. Could it be... Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The only thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And then put an end to all this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
Maebara-kun, 昼休みは終わりであるぞ。
Maebara-kun, lunch break is over.
教室に戻りなさい。
Go back to the classroom. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another. And in the end, it was just Rina and me. I was supposed to escort Rina all the way to her house, but she declined. Damn. That's when you force. You force yourself. You say, no, the school wants us to go together, Rina. For all our safety.
本当にいいのか?
Will you be alright?
一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
It's not safe to go alone. Take this. Old video game joke.
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。
It'd be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Kechi-kun.
まだ明るいんだもの。
It's still light out anyway.
大丈夫。
I'll be fine.
そうか。
I see.
じゃあ気をつけてな。
Then be careful, okay?
うん。
Yeah.
あれ？
Huh?
あれ、警察の人じゃないかな。
Isn't that a policeman? Rina pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of that car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。
Rina, you should go. I want to plant my flag so hard down on, like... It doesn't make any sense at all, but Oishi-san being the ultimate big bad in this whole story. Somehow. Somehow, everything comes back to him. It just, for me, the general uneasiness that Mion has towards him, the village has towards the police sometimes, Kechi here in Chapter 2 really dislikes him. To me, it just feels like unsuspecting. You as a reader wouldn't necessarily think, oh shit, he's some bad guy. But I'm telling you, when we get to Chapter 8, I'm gonna be so right. Rina, you should go.
あいつに絡まれると長い。
If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours.
でも、どうして警察の人がケイチ君に用があるんだろう。だろう。
But what do the police want with you? With you? Rina's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth.
俺は犯人じゃない。
I'm not the culprit.
そんなの知ってるよ。
I know that.
でも事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Rina simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I'd insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she was looking at something dirty.
今度話すよ。
I'll tell you next time. Okay,
待ってるね。
I'm looking forward to it.
じゃあ早く行きな。
Get going then. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me. Sorry, I need to respond to something really quick. Okay. Leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over.
どうもどうも。
Hello, hello.
おかえりなさい、前原さん。
Welcome home, Maibara-san.
どうも。
Hello.
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。
It looks like your parents aren't here.
いやはや困っていたんですよ。
My, was I in a bit of a spot. He came all the way to my house. I can only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they'd probably be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。
I think Dad got called out on business.
帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
I don't think he'll be back until later. Hello, hello, hello.
そうですか。
I see.
それは好都合です。
Well, that's convenient, I suppose.
親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car.
警察に連行するんですか？
Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
いえいえ、立ち話もなんですから。車の中でお話しようってだけですよ。
No, no, I just don't want to stand around talking. We can just talk in the car, that's all.
さあさあ、どうぞどうぞ。
Come now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. Couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. Fuck the police. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely.
ありゃ、冷えすぎます？
Oh, is it too cold?
切りましょうか。
I'll turn the car off. He turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, stuck inside. Quack, 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 quack. No, it's more like quack, 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 quack. I don't know. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments while listening to those voices, I myself lamented. The days had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The sounds became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか？
How is the investigation going?
捜査？
The investigation?
何のですか？
Of what?
最近はいっぱいありすぎて、どれのことやら。
There have been so many. Which do you mean? And then at this point, this is where you say, alright, fine, fuck you. I'll play ball. I'm not going to talk to you at all. I'm not saying shit anymore.
全部です。
All of them.
いいですよ。
Well, alright then.
本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが、あなたには特別に聞かせてあげましょう。
They're officially secret investigations, and we're under a media blackout, but I'll let you in on them.
じゃあ、最初の事件からいきます。
Then shall we start from the first incident? The freak deaths of Toмотaki-san and Takano-san on the night of Wadanagashi.
こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。
On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all.
まずは富武さん。
First of all, Toмотaki-san.
集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです。
There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying.
何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something, but we didn't detect anything.
高野さんはどんな感じなんです？
What about Takano-san?
同じくさっぱりです。
The same. We're in the dark.
焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして、
Autopsies for those who are burned to death are real tough.
首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています。
We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled.
管轄が岐阜県産でね。
That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police department.
あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからってあんまり協力的じゃないんですよ。
They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory.
これは関係ない話ですね。
Oh, it's not really relevant, though. So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。
Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended.
高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、岐阜の山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
It's a bit uncertain in Takano-san's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered at about the same time as Toмотaki-san, then dumped in the mountains in Gifu.
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょう？
Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the mountains?
富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
They should have just brought Toмотaki-san out there too.
ありゃ、前原さん、あなたなかなか同期で鋭いですね。
Oh my Maiber-san, you're quite sharp, you know that?
もちろん、私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。
Of course, I do believe that is something we need to be attentive of.
他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ現時点でお話しできるのはこのくらいです。
There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point.
村長さんの方はどうですか？
How about the mayor?
何か手がかりはありましたか？
Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。
We investigated his movements the day he disappeared.
手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
We didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. Ah.
古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。
People who have lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride.
それで村長さん、誰にも内緒で獅子骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。
So the mayor hadn't been telling anyone that he was going to a proctologist at a certain university hospital in Shishibone.
失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning. Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently people would go in line or get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。
His exam ended at 1 p.m.
その後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。
After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine.
この辺りのことは、自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. There was nothing suspicious at all about that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。
That day, he had planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening.
それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、途中電車で人身事故がありましてね。
He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident.
どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。
Seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start.
ご家族が 大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine.
会合ってのは何だったんですか？
What was the meeting about?
確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
He disappeared on his way back home, right?
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。
The three families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting.
今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that had happened again this year. So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Hmm?
あれ？
Huh?
どうなさいました？
What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was that? What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Kechimibara, you just realized something. Oh shit, he's channeling something. He's fucking, he's having a That's So Raven moment. You just realized something. Something important. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Toмотaki-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. Ate something. I love how much mileage we're getting out of that dessert menu background. That dessert menu background is getting so much mileage in this visual novel. MVP so far of the of the Higurashi visual novel background art. It's used so often. It's so multifaceted. He got a checkup at the hospital, ate something, and then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of the Watanagashi until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that. He went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Kechimibara? Why does that matter, Kechimibara? Ah. Kei-chan, what should I do?
どうした？
What's wrong?
話せよ。
Tell me.
俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ？
We're not keeping secrets from each other, right?
私君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
Oh, is he insinuating that the two stories are conflicting here? That she wouldn't have had the opportunity to tell him everything? Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything.
村長さんに私あの晩最後でに忍び込んだこと打ち明けたんです。
That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse.
誰かにそれを見られてて私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
Also that someone saw us and was out to get us.
ああ。
Right.
それで
What then?
君吉のおじいちゃん怒らなかった。
Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry.
そしてにっこり笑ってしおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
He smiled, then told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away.
本当に
he was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose, and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Kechimira, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began, and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant...
Maibara-san,
Maibara-san,
大丈夫ですか?
are you alright?
やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れますよ。
If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner, Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
前原さん
Maibara-san?
もしもし
Are you in there?
はい。
Yeah. Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. Meanwhile, Oishi's chain smoking next to him in this closed car that's probably as hot as a fucking oven. I feel like I'm dying, Oishi! There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。
I've tried to tell you everything I know.
お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいいですよね。
In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maibara-san. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think.
ほらほら、また黙り込む。
Now, don't clam up again.
もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。
If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first.
私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
I don't think you're the culprit here or anything. Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile.
あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。
I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse that night.
次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね。
Everyone in the village heard rumors about it by the next day.
それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、問題はそれじゃない。
That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem.
そこで何があったかなんです。
It's what was inside.
忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか。
What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices?
何もなかったです。
There wasn't anything. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore.
本当に何もなかったんですか?
Was there really nothing in there?
だって現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ。
I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know?
しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。
Even the mayor and Rika-san, who switched the lock on the door, were sacrificed.
それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです。
What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along. But again, that didn't matter anymore.
大昔に使った拷問道具がたくさんしまってありました。
There were just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago.
それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
I looked around at them with everyone.
本当にそれだけ?
Was that really all?
本当に それだけです。
That was really all.
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？
There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent.
例えば覚醒剤の山とか。
Like a pile of psychoactive drugs? What the hell does Oishi think is in there? What? Oishi's like, yeah, was there, were there drugs in there? Did you ingest the drugs? Is that why you're acting crazy?
消しの秘密工場があったとか。
Maybe a secret poppy workshop?
あるいはソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど積まれていたと。
Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns.
不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there? There was nothing. As exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。
We put in a request for a search warrant thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse.
もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして。
It's been the sabotage of the century.
信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら。
They said it would be an insult to religious figures, and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution.
いやもう。
Jeez.
だから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかはなかったんですよ。
That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you, since you went in there.
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。
There really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment.
他に目立つものなんて何もなかったです。
Nothing else stood out.
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
Then Tomitake-san and Takano-san were only killed as a punishment for having broken the taboo? I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。
I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore.
あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。
You're the only one to escape harm so far.
あなた以外は全員が消えたのに。
Wait.
あなただけが無事なんです。
Wait, Oishi! Whoa! Hold the fire! Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. Oishi, I'm gonna need you to back up like 2 sentences. Real quick. Real quick. What about Shion?
あなたが無事であなた以外が被害に遭う。どんな違いがあったのか。
What's the difference between you and them that would protect you but bring harm to the others?
それが知りたいんです。
That's what I want to know. There was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. There's something big wrong with something he's saying. You alone. You alone. What?
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait a second.
あなただけがってどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by you alone?
ですからあなただけ
Why is he
が
laughing?
最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。
Why the fuck are you laughing at a moment like this? No. I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right?
西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の
Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean. The only one left alive. Hold on. Shion was still...
あの晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。
Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san died that night, and Shion Sonozaki disappeared the next day.
あなただけが無事に今日までを過ごしてるんです。
Only you are still safe and sound at this point.
なぜあなただけなのか。
Why only you?
私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
I'm saying that's what I want to know.
シオンが失踪したって？
Shion disappeared?
そんなバカな。
That's impossible! I unintentionally raised my voice. But I didn't care about that. Toмотaki-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is it this guy's talking about?
ありゃ？特にご存知だったとばかり。
Oh, well now. Thought you were long since aware of this.
そんなのは初めて聞いた。
This is the first I've heard of it.
シオンが失踪した？いつ？
Shion disappeared? When?
遡ると綿流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Going back a bit. Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Stop using those words!
園崎しおんさんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なのですよ。
Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses depending on her mood on any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was.
学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。
She frequently takes days off from school too. Nice.
先生も困り果ててました。
Her teacher has been pretty troubled by it.
そんなことは聞いてない。
I didn't ask about any of that.
シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
I'm asking you when Shion disappeared.
ですから綿流しの次の日です。
I told you, it was the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then... That night, that call, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, there should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、学校もいちいち電話しない。
She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family wouldn't listen when the school told them. So they mostly don't bother calling anymore. Fucking... Imagine in the back seat of the car, Getchi is having like a fucking full-blown panic attack and just realizing that like something horrible is happening. And Oishi's just like lighting his 7th cigarette in the past hour, just rambling about random other shit. And Getchi's just motionless, just staring straight ahead.
そんなこんなで彼女が失踪したことに気づくのにだいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
So it ended up taking quite a while before we realized she disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore in my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of mine. When I had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
ほら覚えてませんか。
Don't you remember?
綿流しの次の日に私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。
We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi.
あの時シオンさんもいましたよね。
Shion-san was there then.
あれが最後の目撃なんです。
That was the last we saw of her.
あの後彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
No one knows where she's been since.
そんなバカな。 そんなバカな。
That can't be. That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night?
エンジェルモートっていうファミレスのバイトですよね。
Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right?
あの日から無断欠勤です。
She hasn't been there since that day.
今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤してるんです。
She's been completely absent ever since.
お店の人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず困りきってましたよ。
Person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried.
そんなバカな。
That can't be.
そんなバカな。
It can't be.
状況証拠だけですがね。
It's only circumstantial evidence, but
図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かうまで、
after she left us at the library, but before she made it to work,
この間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. Right after Shion ran away without me.
ご存知なかったみたいですね。
It seems that you didn't know.
なら、先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな。
Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly.
もう、これでご理解いただけたでしょう。
Now you understand, right?
あとはあなただけなんです。
You're the only one left.
あなただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
You're the only survivor of the four who slipped into the ritual storehouse. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be.
次に何か起こるとすれば、それはあなたなんです。
If something else happens, it would happen to you.
前原さん、どうかご理解を。
I need you to understand that, my son. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。
Shion has long since disappeared.
次はあなたなんですよ。
Next will be you. Also, Oishi. What? I know this is only like number 77 on like list of weird things Oishi has done so far up to this point in the story. But like, why is he constantly having to, hey, Getchi, you're gonna be next? Like, you should in no way should a police guy be cornering a kid and then being like, hey, tell me all you got, and also you're gonna be the next to die. Have fun. Then, who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights?
そんなバカな。
I can't do that. That's it can't be. I mean, it goes back to my theory. I think it was Mion. Mion pretending to be Shion. Way too easy. I mean, okay, it's not like the phones had caller ID necessarily though, right? She could be calling from a different location. She could be calling on the run. She could have been escaping somewhere. You pick up a payphone. If you know Ketchi's phone number, you just call him. She might have, what if she ran, especially, okay, I mean, this is me just theorying here, but like, she feels the pressure from getting cornered almost by Oishi in the library thing. She barely makes it out, leaves Ketchi behind. She's feeling the pressure. She knows what she did was wrong. She goes, fuck it. I apparently stay between different, adults, families, houses constantly. I constantly don't show up to school. Let me take the next half step and just run away from home. And then she beats it. She still calls Ketchi. I don't think that's far-fetched. I think. I'm trying to think where the hole in my plan is. But I still think, what is it? Is it necessarily an Occam's razor case? The easiest explanation, I say, is that it was Mion on the phone the whole time. Wouldn't she tell him on the phone? I mean, sure. I don't know. Unless she wanted to keep some cards close to her chest. If you're like... What if she didn't trust him? What if she only half trusted him? And she's like, I need to run away. Bad things are going to happen if I stick around here. Especially if she was like, hey, I know that by us breaking the rules, that they're going to come after us, and potentially, or at least in her head, she knows of the whole village threat of like, you broke the rules, we're going to come and get you, kind of thing. She goes, I'm not going to tell anyone. Fuck it. Goodbye. She runs away. I don't know. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared? Would she still call me? See, and now this sets up a potentially interesting thing from happening, right? If he does get a call, how does he open it up? Is Kechi thinking that it's maybe Mion on the other line? Does he try to get that information from her? Because if that is, let's say that was Mion. Mion doesn't know that now Kechi knows that Shion maybe wasn't calling him. Maybe wasn't calling him? We'll have to say maybe wasn't calling him. But does he have to keep that information from her? Oh, it's all just a twist. All just a big web of... a web of shit. All sprung from 2 facts. 1, that there are twins involved. And 2, you cannot see a person's face while they're on the phone. And those two rules have caused now mass confusion and problems. Would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. Honestly, that's what I would have done. My parents are out. I'm disconnecting the phone line. No one can call me. Nope. Going to bed. Turn the lights out. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Kechimira. Oishi-san admitted to it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. That's fucking copium. I, of all people, should know when to call it out when it's there. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Kechimabra. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. No, he needs to do that whole thing. In like media when it's like you have 2 people that are like one person disguised as another person, and then you get one question to ask to figure out who the real one of this person is, and then you got to ask that person one thing that only they know. So what is the one thing Shion would know? Shion would know that Mion wouldn't. And it's even harder because they're twins. What is one thing Kechi and Shion shared, a moment they shared about that he could ask and get an answer from? Still, don't run from this, Kechi. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. I'm deviating slightly, but I always talk about, there's that prompt and just that's like, what's an irrational fear that you have? Genuinely, an irrational fear I have is somehow I find myself in one of those situations where there's like an imposter me and the real me, and like, imagine, I don't know, people have a gun drawn and they're like, I'm gonna shoot the fake one, and then they ask me a question that only I should know the answer to, and I would not know the answer, or I would be so stressed that I would fuck up and mess up or something. That's like an actual irrational fear that I have of mine, if you want to actually know. Just if you want to know, if you want to know a dumb thing that actually I think about is that I would mess up an answer to a question only I should know the answer to in a situation like that and get myself, you know, taken out. And then my imposter is free at that point. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion? Mion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Who else could have? Why, though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information include things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it'll ring tonight. It'd be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this, 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 I don't want to do this. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Oh no, it's from within your own house. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Wada Nagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, did that mean she was calling me from another world? Yeah, ghost world. She's calling you from beyond the grave. Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well. That's what I was gonna say. He's gonna be worrying about this whole thing, and then it's gonna be like a completely different person. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be Rika or something for some reason, or like the teacher. Hey, remember to come to class tomorrow in groups. Be safe. Are there things such as automated messages this day and age in Japan? It's gonna be an automated message from the school. Hey, remember to lock up your doors and don't stay out so late. The phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick it up if I didn't have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail?
それが一番安全かもしれないよな。
That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid of was what the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? I mean, if him by not picking up the phone, the other person on the line, whether it's the Shion fake Shion or anyone else, they're gonna think you're fucking weird that they've been on the phone. It's ringing this long. If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Toмотaki-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. He's gonna, right before he hits the answer button, it's gonna stop ringing. The person's finally gonna stop, and he's gonna be like, no! I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Kichi. Pick it up, Kichi.
もしもし。
Moshi Moshi? Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
ケイちゃんですか？
Kichan?
私です。
It's me.
シオンです。
It's Shion. My momentary, convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. He's gonna be like, just not gonna be able to form any words.
電話なかなか出なかったんで、お留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ。
You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up.
ごめん。
Sorry.
ちょっとお風呂に入っててさ。
I was just in the bath.
それでもご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？
Did your family not pick up for you?
ひょっとしてケイちゃんの家、
Oh no.
今ご両親はお留守なんですか？
Oh no, don't answer that. That's just a flashback to when, like, last time when he was, like, so... Remember there was that time before where he was so determined not to let anyone know that his parents weren't home for the safety thing? Oh, fuck. Oh, they did that on purpose. Oh, shit. Okay. Could your parents be out right now, Ki-chan? I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that was currently the only one at my house.
いや、別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより。
Well, no. They're not really... anyway.
聞いたか？
Have you heard?
リカちゃんとサトコの件。
About Rika-chan and Satoko?
いいえ、
No.
結局あの後どうなったんですか？
What happened after that?
見つかったんですか？
Were they found?
ああ、
No.
見つからなかった。
They weren't found.
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
Ki-chan, please don't lose hope. If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. As person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect a Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコは
Rika-chan and Satoko,
さらわれたんだよな。
they were kidnapped, weren't they?
はい、
Yes.
それは間違いないでしょうね。
I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold. Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later, I was overcome with the numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in quotes, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words.
リカちゃんとサトコは。いや、ごめん。
Rika-chan and Satoko were... no, I mean, I'm sorry.
村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？
About the mayor, what do you think happened after he was kidnapped?
まだ生きてるんだろうか？
Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor... Oh, it like auto advanced there. That was creepy. The text, like, I did not press that. I guess that's to symbolize, like, she interrupted his thoughts, right? Shion says, I think he was killed.
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
Hey, wait. That was quick.
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。
I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are.
人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once they were done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly?
殺しちゃうって、そんなにあっさり。
Oh, we got new music? Sounds like it started up like Halloween Town Kingdom Hearts battle music for a second, and now it deviated from it. I was starting to get excited. Kill them so readily.
人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
I mean, what's a human life or two anyway?
恐ろしいことだとは思います
It's a horrible thing, but
が、多分そうではないかと。
I think that's probably what happened. If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily.
リカちゃまとサトコちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょうね。
It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Those were words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. I guess that could be a possibility. I didn't even necessarily think that, but that would be... I would say that doesn't seem like completely outside the realm of possibility, right? Because there's no other technical witness to what's happening. So it'd be kind of easy to say like, oh, well, Kechi was by himself in his house without his parents, and then he imagined a phone call with someone who's not technically around. Maybe disappearing. Maybe she's gone. And he imagines a phone call. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. That one was bizarre. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There's no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart. What if that's like okay, this is a really crazy theory. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. Now, those lines taken at face value, he's talking about, oh, because I shared this information and I was the one who broke into the warehouse, I killed them, right? Because of the whole, because of my breaking of the taboo, I killed them. Indirectly is what he's saying, right? What if this is a trick line? What if, this is a way out theory, what if he actually directly killed him? What if this is, for lack of a better simile, lack of a better reference, a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type situation? Let's take the theory that he's imagining things, like, ratchet up to 11. And let's say Kechi, while his parents are out, and he's having, like, these moments where he's, like, unable to sleep and everything, he's, like, he just goes and murders people. And then when he wakes up in a stupor the next morning, and he's like, fuck, I don't think that's crazy. Now, Is it a slightly out there theory? Sure, but I want to put it out there in case I'm right. And I just, when I read these lines where it says, I killed them, I killed Rika-chan and Satoko, that just made me, like, kind of think that that would be clever. Anyway, I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still, I cried. And cried. Kei-chan. Please, just try and calm down. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. Yeah, he didn't really do a good job. For all of that thinking he did before picking up and answering the telephone, he kind of failed. On multiple fronts. Shion says, what are you going to do? What are you going to gain by doing that? They're definitely going to target you and me next. Please, I'm asking you. Get a hold of yourself. Please. Please. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? 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 Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses. Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion? Please, tell me. That's what I was talking about. It really sounds like old, like, SNES, like, RPG, like random battle music. That's why I said when it first started up, it sounded really like to me like Kingdom Hearts 1 Halloween Town battle music starting up is what it sounded like to me. And then I was like, no, it even sounds like more like an old Final Fantasy. So I read that, and then it says, why did Hinamasawa start needing someone to die on the night of Watanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? There's a reason, then say it now. I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan, I really do. The dam wars ended a long time ago. Yet, murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? Why? Now, great. Now they're both freaking out on the phone at each other. That's what I'm asking you! I want to know that as much as anyone. Haha. Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone.
いいですか
Listen.
お社様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。
Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic.
ケイちゃんの言う通り、村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。
Just like you said, someone in the village is using the grand name of Oyashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi.
奴らは狡猾でした。
They were cunning.
たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。
They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year.
そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
And this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san.
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。
Then why wasn't that enough?
どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。
Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too?
それに俺は過去のことは今さらどうでもいいんだ。
I don't give a shit about the past.
リカちゃんとサトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか、その一点にしか興味はないんだ。
The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed.
どうしてなんだ。
Why is that?
サトコには打ち上げですらないんだぞ。
I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know?
どうしてサトコまで。
Why even her?
どうしてなんだ。
Why? A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
ケイちゃん、もういじめないでください。
Ki-chan, please, stop being mean. Man, take me back to the innocent days. You know, when they were just... I was gonna say they, but really, she was just flirting with him for nefarious means. She was holding his hand. He was all nervous. Take me back. Take me back to the simpler times. A sob. Was Shion crying?
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。
I don't have any idea what's going on either.
最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
あの晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。
When I heard that Takano-san and Tomitake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears.
そしてすぐに気づいたんです。
Then, I realized it instantly.
今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。
I realized what sort of position I was in now.
忍び込んだのは私たち4人。
The 4 of us snuck in there.
私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。
Ki-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven.
そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか、ケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Ki-chan, don't you? There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi.
私はみんなが入ってはいけないという最後殿に面白半分な気持ちで踏み入ってしまいました。
All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun.
いけないことだとは分かっていましたが、本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。
We knew we shouldn't have done it, but it really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration, that was all.
一緒に入った高野さんたちはその後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それもあんなむごい最後。
Takano-san and Tomitake-san, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterward. They met such miserable ends.
あの日からい つ私も襲われるのではないかと怯えています。
Since that day, I've been living in fear of when I would be attacked.
君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、助けてって。
There was nobody except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me, so I asked him to save me.
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。
Old man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't mad.
そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
He smiled and said, "If you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'd never be demoned away."
本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over? Go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget, Kechimabara. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning after Watanagashi. He was told of Takano-san and Tomotake-san's death over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He only made it back just in time for the meeting." I don't know if I said this earlier. This is all assuming this rage that he feels towards this supposed Shion over the phone is under the assumption that Oishi is not incorrect somehow in his knowledge of how things happened, or not intentionally lying. If we wanted to go on the Oishi is a massive bad guy somehow path, we could. I mean, that would be crazy if for some reason Oishi was purposely lying or distorting facts, or somehow, or less nefariously incorrect somehow. But I don't know if I said that earlier, but it was a thought I had, and I didn't commit to saying it out loud. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. I guess what I'm just trying to say is, the more important thing I'm trying to say here is he is 100% more trusting Oishi's words and recounting of the facts than, in theory, Shion, who he should have some kind of friendship relationship with. That's, I guess, the main point I'm trying to get across, is that he so quickly, even though he was just told this, he discarded the thing he was previously told by Shion and substituted the true story with what Oishi has said. Which I think is, whether it's true or not, is more important. The fact that he's willing to discard something that he had this previous friendship / now partnered in crime ship with. But he went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said.
いつ
When
村長に打ち明けたんだよ。
did you let the mayor know? Huh?
ごめんな、シオン。
I'm sorry, Shion.
悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで。
It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but
シオンは打ち明けたんだよな。
Shion, you told him, right?
君吉のおじいちゃん、つまり村長に。
You told old man Kimiyoshi. The mayor?
はい。
Yes.
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
When did you let him know? I'd begun to get scared of saying it out loud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて、病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment?
ケイちゃん、
Ki-chan?
それが何か。
What does that have to...
答えてくれ。
Please, answer me.
知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied,
血だったのは知ってます。
I knew that he had hemorrhoids.
座る時とか辛そうでしたから。
It looked like sitting down was really hard for him.
病院に通ってたんだ。
He was going to the hospital.
どこの病院かは知ってるよな。
You know which hospital, right?
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。
I'm sorry. I don't know that much, but
でも、ケイちゃん、それが一体何の。
Ki-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans.
担当直入に聞きたいんだ。
I want to ask you straight.
シオンはいつ村長に打ち明けたんだ。
Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything?
どこで
When?
いつ
When? And where?
大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please, give me one.
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなことを。
Ki-chan, what are you asking that? Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion.
ありえないんだよ。
It was impossible.
村長が失踪した日、
The day the mayor disappeared.
朝から消えるまで
From dawn until he vanished.
シオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。
There was no opportunity for you to contact him.
そんな。
That's...
村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。
The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself, without telling anyone.
シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。
Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital he went to.
だから帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。
So you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back.
そうだろう。
Isn't that right?
帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。
His train back was delayed by an accident. He didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start.
つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it.
シオンも一緒に会合に出たのか？
Shion, did you go to the meeting too?
そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？
Did you attend it and tell him there?
ここで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。
If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left.
村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
The mayor disappeared on his way home. Nope, I just thought of a new theory. Old man mayor also has a twin that no one knows of. And she told someone who she thought was the mayor, but was the twin. It's a double twin. A double twin twist. So she's like, what are you talking about, Kechi? Of course I told the mayor. What do you mean you got excited? You are excited. That's a good twist. If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. The mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
実は会合にで。
Actually, with the meeting,
あの日 シオンが行くと言ったバイトすら君は欠勤してるんだ。
You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day.
もっと端的に言おう。
Say it more directly.
君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降誰にも目撃されていない。
You haven't been seen since we were at the library together.
ケイちゃん、
Key-chan, well,
園崎シオンは
Shion Sonozaki
綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
disappeared the day after Watanagashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. Couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ。
Oishi-san says you've been missing.
でもシオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろ。
Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Hick, 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 hick. Shion's sobs are torturing me. Still, pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong.
頼むシオン。
Please, Shion.
俺が言ったことが間違ってるなら
If something
そう
I
だと言ってくれ。
if something I said was wrong, please say so.
シオン頼むから。
Shion, I'm begging you.
シオンお前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。
Shion, there's no way he could have seen the mayor, but
もし会ったとしたなら
if you did see him, if Shion ever did have the chance to meet up with the mayor on that day, then that meant
村長が会合を終えた後
then you saw him after the meeting.
すなわち
In other words,
失踪する直前もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ。
it could have only been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. Ah! Me when I'm laughing. Me when I'm having a good time. He beep, beep, went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Ah, okay. We finished a thing. Get that scrapbook. The problem with twins. This is not limited to just Inamazawa, but in Onigifuchi village especially, the three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. Long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they would have to be cold. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin, Shion, are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryu, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as their heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the two of them don't leave me with that impression. My own observations of the two of them don't leave me with that impression is an interesting line. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. Oh, dude, Mion with a dope, like, Yakuza-like tattoo. From what I've heard, there's apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Oryu's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. I mean this in the least creepiest of ways. I really want to see her back. Hey girl, let me get a look at that back. Oh, at the mahjong parlor. Oh hell yeah. Reserved for the day. Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Clatter, clack.
あんりゃクラちゃん、あんたが一番遅いよ。若い人はみんな揃ってる。
Hey, Kira-chan. You're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already.
じゃあお母さん、すみませんね。
Excuse me, miss. I wish she handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the mahjong parlor. She shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
おいさん、お疲れ様っす。
Oishi-san, good work today.
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか？さんまでもやってりゃよかったのに。
What? Were you all earnestly waiting for me? Could have just done 3-player. Everyone sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere.
皆さん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
Hey everyone, I'd like to thank you for your days of investigation without sleep. Thank you! Interject responses filled the parlor. Already, it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment.
状況は芳しくありません。
The situation is not looking good.
所長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。
The chief appears to have backed down due to Congressman Sonozaki's threats.
近日中に高野殺しは岐阜県警に譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活課に委ねるようです。
In the coming days, we'll hand off Takano's murder to the Gifu police and give the missing persons case of the disappearance of the mayor and the others to the community division. That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him.
請求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。
All of our requests for warrants were turned down as well. We've even been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house.
いやいや困ったもんです。
We're certainly in a bind. That we are.
ちなみに私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。
Incidentally, looks like I'll be getting orders soon to go training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've even been told to take a paid vacation in Izu.
いや、そういうのも悪くないですね。
Well, suppose that ain't bad. Heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do.
いつもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ています。
It's always
開けるための鍵はいつもその中に閉じ込められているんです。
This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. Keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside.
車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。
For cars, you call the repairman and they'll probably open your door.
事件なら
For incidents,
熊ちゃん、図面を。
Kuma-chan, show the map. Kumagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
私もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信があるつもりですがね。今回ばかりは外れるかもしれませんよ。
Now, I've been doing this job for a long time. Got a lot of faith in my gut, but this could be the one time it was wrong, no?
退職金が欲しい方は私が10数える間に席を外してください。
Anyone worried about the retirement money has until the count of 10 to get out of here. Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
9、10、
9, 10.
ああ、誰も出てかないよ。
Ah, no one's leaving.
皆さん、ご家族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
None of you love your families too much. Is that it? Wahahaha. Everybody laughed uproariously, cheering things up.
各自、手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と視覚を叩き込んでください。
I want everyone to go over their materials. Memorize the locations and blind spots of all the security cameras.
クマちゃんは指揮車で待機。
Kuma-chan, you'll stand by in the command car.
非常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。
If something happens, you'll switch with me and take over.
小宮山君は突入 A 班、淳君は突入 B 班を指揮。
Komiyama-kun will head up infiltration team A. Atsushi-kun will lead team B.
監視班は1から8まで所定の位置で監視を。
Observation teams will set up at points 1 through 8.
ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを厳守。
Bonchi-kun, you're responsible for keeping a strict timetable.
署に怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。
Control your rotation so HQ doesn't get wise.
さて、待機中の班が一番大仕事ですよ。
Now,
課長に私の所在を聞かれたらとぼけてください。
now, team on standby is the most important job, alright? If the section chief asks where I am, play dumb. Wahahaha.
ゲストのエスコート役は私がやります。きっと会場へ連れて行きますので、皆さん気長に待っててください。
I'll handle escorting our guest. You can be sure I'll bring him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone.
落ちるっすかね、前原圭一は。
Wonder if he'll cave. Keiichi Maibara, that is.
私の見たところじゃ、明日明後日には行けそうですよ。もうコロッとね。
From what I've seen, we're set for tomorrow or the day after in that regard. It'll be easy. Dang. Yeah, they are. They got a plan going, dude. Oh, that was all the tips, apparently. These tips, together with that other one you mentioned, are really trying to paint that Sonozaki is a bad, paint the Sonozaki's in a bad light. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Alright, I'm gonna hit up BRB, for about 5 minutes here. Stretch my legs for 5 minutes here. I implore you to do the same. Get some water, do all that. I'll be back shortly. We'll go into the, is it the next chapter? Last chapter? This might be the last chapter coming up. I have no idea. Seemingly, I just got an achievement that said all the tips. So at the very least, there are no more tips here. So we might be heading into the last chapter. So I'll be back shortly. I only kind of just put it together that you guys were just listening to silence. Just silence. Alright, so maybe the last chapter here for Watanagashi. Chapter 2. Time for Kechi to batten down the hatches. Lock all your doors and windows. You just got laughed at over the phone by Shion. You're not safe. You're not safe.
Keiichi.
Do I have any idea what Oishi might have planned for Kichi? I mean, you kind of mentioned it. It's definitely leaning into, like, they're definitely going to use... I am not safe. A woman left at me. Oh, God. They definitely at least painted the fact... Well, that's the thing. It painted the fact that they're going to use Kechi as some kind of pawn. But then, since I know how... You know, me and Ryukishi, we're on a same wavelength at this point. After all this time that I've spent with his writings, right? It's not going to be exactly what it seems. It's going to be something different. It's got to be. I don't know what. But something different is happening. Oh, I'm thinking specifically about the "you think Kechi will cave" line. See, my immediate response to that line was like, oh, he's going to just spill everything. But, like, at this point, and then I double thought it, and I was like, well, that, I was like, they already know, like, what else would he be hiding? What other information could he be technically hiding away from them? So then it goes back to my second thought. Maybe Oishi and the others know that Kechi is like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type situation. Maybe they, and that's why he put so much pressure in, like, trapping him inside of his car and stuff. Because if this like investigative unit knows that Kechi is actually a killer, right? Then he would be totally fine with, like, keeping an eye on him heavily, right? They keep an eye on him heavily. They trap him in a car constantly. If something goes wrong, they can just drive him away. So if they know he's the bad guy somehow, again, it's a weird theory to be thinking he is maybe like the some kind of killer, or at the very least linked to the killing / disappearing of the other people. If he is linked to those, but that's the only other thing I was thinking. Anyway, Kechi's mom says Kechi.
Keiichi.
Keiichi.
放っておいてやれ。
Just leave him alone.
友達が行方不明になったんだ。
His friends went missing.
気の毒にな。
It must be really hard for him. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？
Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too?
警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this.
そうね。
Maybe.
もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea.
それよりもこんな物騒な事態になったら学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？
Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation?
まったく学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
What do these teachers think our children are? Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself, I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. I almost read that as dead frog. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
ケイチ、
Keiichi,
学校の勉強はどうなんだ？
how are your studies going?
ケイチの方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？
You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you?
もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. My mom and dad don't understand that my life is being threatened right now. And the last thing I consciously remember was being laughed at hysterically at the other end by someone who I don't know who it is. Today was Thursday. Oh, you can only post that on Thursdays. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。
This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it?
鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。
It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything.
シオンだって、これが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。
Shion, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right?
俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。
I don't want to do something like this.
こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
What if Rika-chan's dance ends while we're messing around here? I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then, at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red. I clapped, and I clapped. Ding dong.
レナちゃんじゃない？
Isn't that Rina-chan?
いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't it? Or isn't she? I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rina.
ケイチ、
Keiichi,
しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
shouldn't you take a few days off from school?
そうだね。
You're right.
気を使ってくれてありがとう。
Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rina.
おはよ
Morning.
う。今日から集団登校だから
We're going to school as a group starting today,
遅れちゃダメだよ。
so you can't be late. Ah, that's right. It's interesting that you could say that, because like they complain about the school not closing, but only now think about missing days deliberately or whatever, like school being important not to miss. But also like this small ass village, it talked about how like kind of dinky this school was. The fact that it's like all just one classroom, and it's like it honestly doesn't seem like it. Honestly, I don't even think they do a lot of learning. They have like we've seen like a couple weird lesson plans, and then we've seen their after school activities, and then mostly it just seems like it's independent study. they show up to just study themselves. It's honestly just a daycare. It is the extreme case of just a daycare. Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way would be waiting for us.
俺さ、
Um,
今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。
I think I'm going to take some time off.
学校。
from school. Jesus, that was a loud breath into the mic there. Rina breath. Okay. Rina answered shortly, nodding.
圭一君が自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。
I think you should do whatever's best for you, Kichi-kun.
だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So you don't need to feel that way, feel that you're weak or anything.
あ、それからこれ
Oh, and here.
回覧板
It's a notice they're sending around.
お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。
Could you give it to your mom?
いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I think it has a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko. That they wanted any information about them. And that they wanted any information about them. Made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。
The police are looking as best they can too.
きっと見つかるから。
They'll find them for sure.
待ってよ。
Just be patient.
ね。
Okay? Rina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
Rina, you're not going to question me?
うん。
Nope.
レナは知ってるんだろ。
Rina, you know, don't you?
俺があの晩
About that night, what I...
西宮殿に忍び込んだこと
Do you mean
かな。
when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。
So it's all out in the open.
まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
Really. I shouldn't do bad things like that.
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
Mi-chan was really mad. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりも
I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there, though,
それを隠していたことだと思うの。
as much as about you hiding it from her.
圭一君は自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
Maybe, Kechi-kun, maybe you should have told her yourself and apologized. Should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I, myself, should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
レナの言う通りだな。
Rina, you're right.
俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
I never realized anything until you tell me.
圭一君、
Kechi-kun,
もしもだよ。
hypothetically,
もしも圭一君が悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、
if you had admitted you'd done something wrong right away and apologized to Mi-chan,
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan would have had to disappear. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rina telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rina's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、
Yeah,
そうだ。
you're right. If I'd admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack! The palm of Rina's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't heard it all.
誰も圭一君のことを叱らなかったと思う。
I don't think that anyone has scolded you, Kichi-kun.
だから私が代わりに圭一君を叱るね。
So I'll scold you in their place, okay? I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, quietly stared down at Rina's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。
Going somewhere you're not allowed to go was a very bad thing to do.
それはわかる？
Do you understand that?
あ
Uh-huh.
返事ははいだよ。
Answer me with a yes.
圭一君。
Kichi-kun.
あ、はい。
Yes.
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。
Also, what's even worse, you didn't admit to having done something so bad.
悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing for it is much, much worse.
はい。
Yes.
僕が
I
悪
was,
かったです。
I was wrong. For a few moments, Rina stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then, finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
じゃあもう時間だから
Okay then, it's about time.
私は行くよ。
I should be going.
あ、
Alright.
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてね。
Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay?
あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
Also, warn her not to go out to pass it on. Warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark. Okay. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. Gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page, with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Oh no. That's a certified oh no moment.
なんだこれ。
What is this? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it at all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家か。
If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house?
レナ、
Reina,
お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
did you know all along?
うん、
Yeah,
知ってた。
I knew. Rina had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Reika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there, she was erased. Reika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house, since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. The meeting on the day the mayor disappeared. Didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? Oh, I'm gonna just scroll to chat because it's cheating. I think it's about that. You think Ketchu will cave? Okay, so I'm now starting to think Oishi or them being like, oh, do you think Ketchu will finally cave or whatever? Maybe that just means they've got an eye on Ketchy. And do you think he's gonna cave? Like, do you think he's going to get up the courage to confront Mion? Maybe that's what, especially since this might be the last chapter. Like, this final confrontation where he just goes to the Sonozaki household, since they're not allowed to be there. I don't know necessarily how police work works, but they were specifically told, hey, we're not allowed to go to the Sonozaki household. But if for some reason if Kechi goes there and they're tailing him for whatever reason. I don't necessarily know how that works, but maybe it's something along those lines. Especially now with this happening. Would he be like, oh, I need to take this upon in my own hands and confront Mion? And then she's going to show off her amazing Yakuza back tattoo. Alright, let's see. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old? So her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? Question mark. While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him, invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. I guess what I was envisioning there when I was making that joke is, especially because now I've played 2 Yakuza games, is the whole thing is like, especially towards the end of the Yakuza games, when you fight like the final bosses, or when you're fighting like any boss, the thing you normally do is you take your your whatever shirt you're wearing and your jacket off to expose your all-powerful back tat. And then you fight shirtless with other people. Maybe not as realistic of a happening that could happen here, but she talked to him and invited him to the house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what was going on, or exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all. I'm going to Mion. I'll go apologize. I'm going to have her put an end to everything.
ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her, not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there's no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rina to exit the house. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
I'm going to.
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
Rina, shouldn't you go to school?
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
This is way more important than school.
レナは来るな。
Rina, you shouldn't come.
この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
If you get wrapped up in this too, then I think I might actually go crazy. Rina didn't move her arm, which is blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら、
If Ketchikun disappeared as well,
私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
then I think I might actually go crazy too.
だから、ケイチ君だけを行かせない。
So I won't let you go alone. Rina argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。
All right.
行こう。
Let's go.
ありがとう、レナ。
Thank you, Rina. Rina nodded slightly, but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then, we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rina following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san.
いやあ、おはようございます。
Hey, good morning.
前原さん。
Maibara-san.
それから龍宮さんも。
To you too, Rigu-san.
朝から羨ましいですね。
Together so early in the morning. You make me jealous. What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
You're from the police.
ありゃ。 竜宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？
Oh, have I not introduced myself to you, Rigo-san?
これは失礼しました。
Please excuse my rudeness.
私、沖宮署の大石と申します。
My name is Oishi, from the Yokonomiya Police Department.
どうぞよろしく。
Pleased to meet you.
大石さんに喋るのか？
Are we telling Oishi-san?
うん。
Yeah.
圭一君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、
I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiji-kun, but
みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
we should leave Michan's to these people. Oh, pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
We have something to tell you, Oishi-san.
はてはて、
Well now,
どんなお話でしょうか？
what about?
ここで立ち話します？
Should we stand here and talk?
それとも車の中でしますか？
Or go inside the car?
車の中でします。
In the car, please. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです？
How do you feel?
話したらなんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me? Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course, I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owing up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the lid on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. Bzz, bzz, this is Kamage. Oishi-san, over!
はい、もしもし。
Yes? Hello?
大石です。
This is Oishi. We got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Our target is still on the premises.
はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
Yes, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. The relief for 3 and 7 just arrived, and they've returned to the base. Also, it looks like the division chief is looking for Oishi-san. He keeps bugging me too, to tell him as soon as I get in touch with you. What do you want me to do? No.
答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
If you're hard pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me from my morning nap. Got it. Bzz. Radio grew silent.
いや、失礼。
Sorry about that.
仕事の連絡でした。
It was about work.
今園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
He just said there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he?
ありゃん？そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？
Oh my. Did it sound like that to you?
そりゃ困ったな。
This won't do.
秘密にしてくださいよ。
Please, keep that a secret, alright?
課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Oishi-san had suspected me on for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査もとにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。
Nor for questioning witnesses or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really.
園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて。
The Sonozaki house's defenses said to protect the family members are also in full working condition.
令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
Without a warrant, we can't do anything about anything. Unless the crime happens right in front of us.
大石さんってひょっとして。
Oishi-san, could you be... Rina's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから。
You can't set foot in the Sonozaki house?
圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
Were you trying to get Ketchikun to go in there instead?
レナ、それはどういう意味だ？
Rina, that's... What do you mean?
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
This person. Just as I thought, he plays really dirty.
人聞きが悪いですね。
Stop, you're hurting my reputation.
でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
That said, I'm all ears to your explanation, okay? Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rina, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれど、みーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。
You can't get a warrant, but you always had your eyes on Mi-chan because you thought she was suspicious. Yes?
圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。
You plotted to incite Ketchikun and have him go to the Sonozaki house.
そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。
Then, if something were to happen to him, you'd have used that as an excuse to go in.
そうでしょう。
Isn't that right? I only understood about half of what Rina was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me.
その結果圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに。
Even if Ketchikun got hurt as a result.
恥知らず。
Have you no shame?
これが警察のやり方なの？
Is this how the police do things?
いやいや、こりゃとんだところに名探偵がいたもんです。
My, my. Seems we have an incredible detective on our hands.
いやはやいやはや。
Oh my, oh my.
あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？
Would you be interested in taking our exam?
刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
Attention. I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division.
卑劣か。
You're despicable. Rina spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but one or two words from a young girl is always the roughest for me.
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
Even so, suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet.
そりゃどうも。
Don't mention it. Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rina. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. Okay. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、
Now then,
その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？
as to esteemed friends of Mion Sonozaki-san, what do you plan on doing now?
私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな？
Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant?
ううん。
No,
そんなの待ちません。
we won't wait for that.
私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
We'll go and make Mi-chan surrender herself. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。
I see, I see. Wonder if it'll go that well.
下手すりゃ、あなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
If you're careless, you two may face danger, you know. Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I declared,
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
We're fully prepared. Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant, yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったならそれを口実に踏み込んでください。
If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse.
犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
But my greatest hope is that you'll surround the place so that the criminal can't get away.
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。
Ryugu-san, you're good at negotiating too.
参りましたよ。
I'm throwing in the towel.
降参です。
I surrender.
どういうことだよ。
What are you talking about?
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら、
If the policemen surround Mi-chan's house,
これが万が一の時の保険になるの。
then that'll be insurance for the worst case scenario.
万が一の時の。
For the worst case. Plus, it'd be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。
Ah, oishii to Kuma-chan.
大石より熊ちゃんへ。
Oishii to Kuma-chan. Bzz. Bzz. This is Kumaga. Kumaga. Good.
お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。
Our two friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house.
増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them if needed. Roger. Bzz. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。
Then, let's get going.
お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Want to buy some tea biscuits on the way there? Neither Rina nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Just start the car. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。
This is as far as I can take you.
情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。
According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the premises.
でもご安心を。
Still, don't worry.
何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。
I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in.
指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you two give a loud scream, we'll know right away.
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
We'll persuade her for sure, so please be ready for her to turn herself in. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。
Be plenty careful, you hear?
今さら信じないでしょうが、できることならあなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
You probably don't believe it now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible.
本当に今更だな。
You're right about that. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう、
Let's go.
ケイチ君。
Ketchikun. Rina took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been.
レナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
Rina, you've been to Mion's house before, right?
うん、
Yeah,
何度もあるよ。
a few times.
とても大きな家でね。
It's a really big house.
お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。
You could fit a mountain into their backyard too.
松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
You can pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere. Big enough to fit a mountain? That was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along the edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged for an entry fee of 1 million yen.
この森、いや、山か。
This forest, or should I say mountain.
まるまる庭なのか。
Is this all their yard?
庭というか領地だね。
It's more like their domain.
見ての通り私有地ではあるけど手入れも何もしてないから。
As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains it.
散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
The forest isn't really that kind. The forest isn't really the kind that you can go hiking in. She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
I wonder if Mion is watching us, as we come to her.
見てないと思うな。
I don't think she is.
だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。
The only people living in Mi-chan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all.
カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
There's nobody to watch the cameras. What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。
Well, Mi-chan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with.
だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
So whether everyone in the family is getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly. That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot yakuza, wasn't he? Rina smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Wasn't she living by herself with her grandmother, in a house with such a grand gateway? Or was she?
いるかな。
I wonder if she's here. Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating, into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Well, this is unusual.
二人とも学校は？
Aren't you two going to school? Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal line. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
We stayed home today. Hmm?
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも？
Kichan is one thing, but you too, Rina?
二人とも不良なんだからな。
You two are such troublemakers. Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。
Well, let's not just stand here.
入りなよ。
Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rina.
行こう。
Let's go. Rina smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rallied myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
Was this the first time you've been here, Ki-chan?
ああ。
Yeah.
でけえ家じゃねえか。
This house is enormous.
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。
Steep thatched roofs aren't in fashion anymore.
観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。
This place could be a tourist attraction.
私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。
Don't worry about it.
最近は物騒だからね。
Things have been dangerous lately.
日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
Gotta do at least this much during the daytime.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。
Well then, good sir and madam, I shall show you inside.
どうぞこちらへ。
Please, come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチ君、硬くなりすぎかな。
Ketchikun, you're too tense.
私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。
We came to see Mi-chan, remember?
そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
You don't need to be that nervous. That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us, too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone, and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。
What's this?
ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石は何だ？
Mion, what's with the stone on top of the newspapers?
邪魔だぞ。
It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？
Rena, do you know?
これはなんだ？
What is this?
何かのおまじないか？
Some kind of good luck charm?
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
If you don't really know, then feel free to move it out of your way and put your shoes there.
ケイチ君、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
Ketchikun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone.
え？
Huh?
あ、本当だ。
Oh, you're right.
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。
This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission to make nests.
代々語り継いでるのか。季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。
It must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they always make a nest here.
迷惑してるんだけどね。
It's kind of annoying, though.
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから、靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
In other words, it's a sign to not take off your shoes here, because swallow poop could end up in them. Couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。
A really long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated silkworms.
ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。
Our ancestors get all worked up over exterminating the swallows.
それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。
When you think of it that way, maybe this is our just desserts.
ま、上がって上がって。
Anyway, come on in. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。
You're kidding, right?
隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。
There's a terrible draft, and the winters are freezing.
人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。
Don't go making my house into property of cultural significance, getting in the way of renovations. Got it?
一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。
What I want most is a house like yours, Ki-chan.
あれは羨ましいよな。
I'm pretty jealous of it.
冬場は暖かそうだし。
Seems like it would be warm in the winter.
あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
Oh, but snowfall seems like it would be a problem.
雪下ろしは大変って。
Snowfall's a problem?
そんなに雪が降るのか？ひなみ沢は。
Does Hinamizawa get that much snow?
緯度は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm?
ケイチ君知らないの？
You don't know, Ketchikun?
ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。
Hinamizawa is an area that gets heavy snowfalls.
大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。
When we get a lot, everyone gets buried.
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。
Sometimes you can't even get out of your house.
止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
Sometimes your car gets totally buried too. You can't find where it is. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa, was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? It's way too much snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ
You remember from geography class, right?
日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。
The western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia.
山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean.
俺軟弱でもぬくぬくでも何でもいい。
I'm totally okay with being a softie, and nice and warm.
寒いのは嫌だ。
I hate the cold. What?
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
We'll have to have a training camp to get Ki-chan used to the cold this winter then.
嫌だ嫌だ全力で嫌だ。
No way, no way, there's no way that's happening.
寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
I hate the cold and I hate training camps too, and I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, and told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、
Still,
冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。
there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter.
冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
I bet our club will be a blast then.
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。
Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible.
寒中水泳やら雪中行軍やら。
Like swimming in the cold, or marching in the snow.
ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
When did we turn into Mount Redhorn?
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season.
雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
One time she made us have a Rio carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow?
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。
Wait, why is everything outside?
雪が降ってんだからぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
Why can't we play tabletop games in a nice warm room while it's snowing?
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。
Whoa, Kechi-kun, if you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter.
ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。はう
We'll have lots of punishment games and Rena won't lose. How?
はうじゃねえ。
Don't give me that, how? I settle things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。
You're sure having fun.
壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？
Do you want some sesame senbai to go with that?
羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
Sorry we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff.
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
It's okay, it's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. And I wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air, that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago, had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ。
Here you are.
召し上がれ。
Drink up. Couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。
There's no poison in it or anything.
そこまで信用ないかな。
Do you just trust me that much?
心外だね。
That's upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも。
Hey now, Ki-chan, Rina.
客はそっちなんだよ。
You're the guests.
用があって来たんじゃないの？
Didn't you come here for something?
そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. Rina and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rina opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
Kichi-kun,
いいんだ。
it's okay.
俺は来るべくして来たんだ。
I needed to come here.
俺から喋らせてくれ。
Let me talk first.
うん、
Okay,
わかった。
I understand.
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな？
What would Ki-chan have to tell me?
お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。
Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe?
ダメだよ。
Can't do that.
うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。
My little Rina and Ki-chan aren't meant for each other.
味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオ、
Mion,
まず謝ることがある。
first, I have something to apologize for.
ケイちゃんが
You do?
何を？
What for? Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、
Well, on the night of Watanagashi,
俺は神社の祭具殿に入ったんだ。
the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。
I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but
でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。
it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it.
でもいけないことだったんだよな。
Even so, I still shouldn't have done it.
謝る。
So I apologize.
この通り。
I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as a way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。
You got me there.
いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。
I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight.
参った参った。
You got me on the ropes. I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれたなら。
If you understand that even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Ki-chan, then there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter.
それでいいよ。
Then it's okay. That there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter.
業に入りては業に従えって昔から言うもんね。
There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
あれからもう何日も経ってる。
It's been days since then.
今更だとは思うが謝る。
It may be too late, but I apologize.
悪かった。
What I did was wrong.
許してくれ。
Please, forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。
It's okay.
ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem. I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、
Mii-chan,
ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。
Kechi-kun is apologizing seriously.
みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
I
か
think
な。
I think maybe you should respond seriously as well.
私は真剣だよ。
I am being serious though.
レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
Do I not look serious to you, Reina?
見えるよ。
You don't. Damn. Damn. Reina's got a backbone. Reina was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hadn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Reina isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君、
Kechi-kun,
もういいよ。
you can get up now.
全部話そう。
Let's tell her everything.
みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
That looks like what Mii-chan wants too. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I muttered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、
Mia,
おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
you called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, right?
覚えはないけど。
I don't remember doing so.
そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it?
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、
It was evening, before dinner time.
リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。
Rika-chan should have come here,
お醤油の大瓶を持って
bringing a big bottle of soy sauce,
お裾分けしてもらいに。
to have you share some with her. Man was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think of that? Why do you think that?
そんなに難しい話じゃない。
It's not hard to understand.
みーちゃんも見たでしょ？
Mii-chan, you saw it too, didn't you?
リカちゃんの部屋。
Rika-chan's room? Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。
There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce.
そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found.
何それ？
What?
それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ。
Is that why she would have come here?
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。
Mion, drop the act.
お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。
You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you?
醤油をお裾分けするって。
That you'd share your soy sauce? Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんは
Then
リカちゃんを隠してしまった。
Then Mii-chan, Rika-chan, you hit her. Rina hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。
That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it?
みーちゃんにとっては。
For you, anyway.
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
What are you talking about?
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Satoko-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mii-chan? Jesus.
そしてさとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。
Then, Satoko-chan called.
うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？
Might Rika be imposing on you?
うん。
Yeah,
きっとこんな感じ。
probably just like that.
You 似てる似てる。
sound just like her.
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。
Mii-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then,
リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。
Because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here.
だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too.
誘い出す
Lure her out?
へえ
Hmm?
どんな感じでかな
Like how, I wonder. Mion prodded Rina on, as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rina was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。
It probably went like this.
さとこ、
Satoko,
実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど食べに来ない？
I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat?
リカちゃんは先に来てもう食べてるよ。
Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some.
こんな感じ。
Something like that. Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ
Hmm?
電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのにどうしてそこまで
There's no recordings of the phone conversations or anything. So how do you know that much?
冷蔵庫にさとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食がまるまる手つかずでラップに包まれて入ってたから。
I know it because the dinner that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in the refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rina.
そんなことでどうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ
With just that to go on, how'd you even guess what was said over the phone?
長くなるから説明は省くけど、
It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point.
冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
The contents of that refrigerator provide a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これは
That's...
とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ
I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time.
まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは
Can't believe you'd figure out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge.
参ったな
You got me there.
参った参った
You've got me. You got me. Ha 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 ha. Ha. As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost the detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。
An incredible detective.
みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。
Mi-chan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us.
大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
He called me an incredible detective too. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオ、
Mion.
警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。
And it's really, everything is hitting the fan now all at once. The police have suspected you for a long time now.
この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observation so they could break in at any time. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded. She closely examined Rina's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが
Was the mayor Mi-chan too?
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Were Tomatake-san and Takano-san You as well? Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which was still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared. She became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now, I could believe it. Now, I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat, and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this was really a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。
We meet for the first time.
園崎本家当主跡継ぎ
I am the current heir to the Sonozaki house.
ミヨンでございます。
My name is Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rina and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。
I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today.
当主お寮に代わりまして
I will
皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。
greet you all in place of our leader, Oryu.
皆様におかれましてはいろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。
It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask.
私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
If I can be of any assistance, then I'd like to answer without concealing anything. What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
It's really alright if we ask anything then?
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。
I shall tell you everything I know.
皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
That is why you have come here after all. Rina and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rina gave was extremely abstract, but it was a question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
Why would you do this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Toмотaka-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。
To answer that question will take some time.
それでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
If that is acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Do you know that Hinamazawa village used to be called Onigafuchi village? Rina nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamazawa was once called Onigafuchi village. Yes. I heard all about that night. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。
That's right.
鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。
Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons.
ふもとの村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。
Those in the villages at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them.
ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
Nevertheless, that all decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended, and the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。
The Meiji era began, and the name of Onigafuchi village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa village.
古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
I've heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs, the abolition of feudal domains, and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level with the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように
Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons.
あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
Onigafuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War, and the Russo-Japanese War. And until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。
At the time, Onigafuchi village had already lost its impenetrability.
かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け
The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment.
神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
The sacred Onigafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot. They were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you'd be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into dry riverbeds and cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you'd be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back to engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。
It even caused trials.
出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて。
They would appeal that where one came from was an important enough reason to divorce.
でも敗訴しました。
They would, however, lose their case.
出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage.
ひどいね。
That's
そんなの。
terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you'd be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on the test one time. I recall being suspicious about it, unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。
Well, suppose I can't say they weren't asking for it.
私たちのご先祖様は自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い自慢し麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。
Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about and scorning those at the foot of the mountain, after all.
その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
They struck fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらもひなみ沢村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。
During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination.
数え出したらキリがないくらい
There were too many ways to count.
夫や息子を戦場に送り出し15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。
They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly too.
当時をよく覚えている祖母はそれは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にもようやく父や夫息子たちが戻ってまいりました。
Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last, their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them.
もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。
Of course, there are also many who didn't come back.
それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとってそれはとても喜ばしいことでした。
Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa, who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, the return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets, and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう。
Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town.
そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again, got to work, trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Shohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたという。撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して、軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。
Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods.
それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price on the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。
Let's revive this ruined village.
村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。
All who live here are our family, and his fortune is our collective property.
現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。
So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family.
この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
That vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life. That's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
Of course, there are many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。
The person at the middle of all this was your Nana, Mii-chan.
すごいよね。
That's amazing.
大活躍。
What a great success. Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rina had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。
However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again.
それが人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
Because of the canned flesh incident. Canned flesh. Sounds so hideous, but just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。
Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei Sonozaki's superior confessed
あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
that those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, village which demons lived and ate humans, they were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival, had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでベストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. I guess this part is voiced. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corp in the old Japanese army or whatever? Ketchikun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims, how many days it would be when injected, how many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards. And their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. Jesus, why like this? Why? I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh?
本当に。
You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason, I was happy to have it right now.
宗平がいた部隊は、それよりはもっと温情的な研究をしていました。
The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that.
それは、戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistance is lowered, soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently that's when the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, till finally they knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? Don't tell me. Rena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
そう。
That's right.
彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。
They were researching ways to handle using humans as food.
彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の奉仕になる。
Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country.
そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。
They were deathly serious about this doctrine.
滑稽な話ですね。
It really is a riot.
祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。
My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they had gone above and beyond that.
祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。
Apparently, I always thought about it too.
たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。
Even if he was a vulgar, man-eating demon, there are far more ugly demons than he.
だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
So no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, so that they couldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんにはどの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。
The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent.
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce, like it was sukiyaki, loved it the most.
もうやめてよみーちゃん。
Come on, Mi-chan, stop. Like, seriously, Mion, stop.
気分が悪くなってきた。
Please. I'm getting sick to my stomach. Rena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあそのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は
Then, those canned goods your grandpa brought back?
真偽はわかりません。
I don't know if it's true.
晩年まで宗平は人肉であることを否定し続けました。
Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died.
ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。
However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune for selling human flesh. The villagers began to be scorned again.
また、子供たちが生やし立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母は、ある時、村の子供たちにこう言いました。
My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, What if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に石を投げられたら、4人で石を。
If they throw stones at two of you, throw them back with 4.
8人に棒で覆われたら、16人で追い返し。
If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16.
30人に中傷されたなら、60人で怒鳴り返せと。
If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, What if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたなら、 ひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。
If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them.
それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。
It was a manifesto to spur people into action.
祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that it could take many others. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
Ki-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. But the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、
My grandmother fought, and my parents carried out the fight.
ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。
At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa.
もっとも、その平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。
Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge.
この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
When you consider the previous 100 years of history, the tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales.
どうして？
Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。
Why can't everyone just live in peace?
高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。
It's a fairy tale.
人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかったということです。
I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who mediated between them wasn't.
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clean hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように。
So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onigafuchi village.
崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。
So that we may again be a sacred existence, worthy of worship.
それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、
That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onigafuchi.
園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
And the mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozaki main family.
鬼を継ぐ者？
Those who inherit the demon?
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。
For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the leaders' names.
私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear in plain as day. I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。
Not only in my name, either.
この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
The demon is engraved on my body as well. I'm telling you, she's got like a demon tattoo on her back. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん。
It's okay, Michan.
見せる必要なんて
You don't
全然ない。
need to show us, okay?
ありがとう。
Thank you. With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved that she had inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onigafuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rina wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured.
この5年間の連続事件ね。
The serial incidents happening over the past 5 years?
私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。
I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others.
いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
Some were not the Sonozaki family, but were rather related to the others. The Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。
I have faith in what I've done, and don't feel any guilt.
あるとすれば、私の跡継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。
If I did, perhaps it would be that I'll have to leave the stage before the heir is decided.
私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、
If I'm caught and tried in a court of law,
それも時代の流れかなって。
then I suppose that's how it works nowadays.
この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Being able to retire with Hinamizawa, the most peaceful it's been in 100 years, could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion. I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rina's ringing voice filled the room.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを
But
殺したんだよね。
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? The sharp point of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。
I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people.
でもとにかくみーちゃんは
Regardless, Mi-chan,
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺した。
you killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. Rina's words were more biting than any I'd ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。
Just as I bear the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family.
その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。
I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it.
西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。
The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her. She wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key.
先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。
Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy.
リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan.
僕がちゃんと
So
バ
I
ーをし
killed
ま
her.
すですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I'll make sure to guard it, so I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, If it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse, and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、
Old man,
本当に大丈夫なんですか？
is this really alright?
バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
Nana says that if possible, we should keep the lock the same.
大丈夫だよ。
It'll be alright.
心配性だな。
You're quite the worry wart.
何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
If something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility.
本当ですね。
Do you promise?
君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。
You mean that you'll take responsibility as a leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right?
おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
You should be well aware of how sacred the things inside really are.
大丈夫なのですよ。
It's okay.
このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。
There aren't any bad cats in Hinazawa who would open the lock and break in.
にゃーにゃ
Meow, meow. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は渡流しの祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。
I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Wadnagashi festival.
賊は4人。
There were 4 of them.
その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。
We decided to act within the day.
同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika-chan of the Furude family and the old man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now, I had decided that it was Mion's fault that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
I might as well have killed them.
ケイチ君。
Ketchikan. Kind of a flawed way of thinking, I feel, but whatever. I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If, at the time, I'd stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
I was an idiot. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Kei-chan, you're not at fault. Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、
As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act.
園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。
But given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now, It's no big deal.
そんなもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。
Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside.
私がそんなものに屈したからあの二人を殺してしまった。
I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those two.
それは他でもない。私、園崎ミオンが殺したということ。
I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else, killed them.
私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。
I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but
でも踏みとどまらなかった。
I didn't stop.
安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。
I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and abandoned all thought in fighting for my friends.
だからこれは私の罪。
So this is my crime.
私が殺した。
I killed them.
園崎ミオンがこの手で
Mion Sonozaki, with these hands,
殺してしまった。
killed them,
それは何ら変わらない。
and nothing whatsoever changed.
何も
Nothing! Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition.
え？
Eh? As I looked at her surprised, Rina stuck her finger right at my forehead.
ケイチ君だけを殺さなかった。
You left Kechi-kun alive.
こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。
As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but
でも殺さなかったんだよね。
you didn't kill him. That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me. I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after another, for some reason, I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて。
Hmm?
どうして殺さなかったのかね。
Why didn't I kill him?
鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。
As a demon, I can't even begin to guess.
ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you.
それはどういう意味だよ。
What is that supposed to mean? Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rina didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
Is Oishi waiting outside?
うん。
Yes.
逃げ場は？
Any way out?
ない。
No.
ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。
They said they had the place surrounded.
無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。
It seemed like they called a lot of cars over the radio.
みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
I think they have your entire property surrounded. Mion fell silent. Rina's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Please, turn yourself in. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled, just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。
We'll go with you.
親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
We'll never leave a friend by herself.
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
Crying children and Rina are the only things I can't beat. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。
I'm well aware how serious my own crimes are.
たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turned herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから 最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
So, I'd like you to hear one last selfish request.
何かな？
What is it?
30分でいいから、
30 minutes is fine.
ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Just let me have some time alone with Ki-chan. Nope, 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 nope. Rina, don't leave me in here with her. Don't leave me in here with her for 30 minutes. I'll be dead in 3. Don't leave me here. Don't leave me. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチくん、
Kechi-kun,
どうかな？
is that okay with you?
ケイチくんが嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
If you don't want to, then I won't make you.
そうだね。
You're right.
嫌ならそれでもいいよ。
It's okay if you don't want to.
私は鬼だもの。
After all, I'm a demon. Yeah, you're a murderer, more importantly.
ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。
And Ki-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. Like, the fact is, she admitted, alright, I'm killing the people that did the basically the village wrong, right? She killed the people around Kechi. She's like, she knows she's gonna be, she's turning herself in, but you don't think she's gonna want to, like, finish the job before she gets taken away? Like, come on, man. Like, you gotta get out of there.
相入れることなんて、お社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, simply is impossible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands, that was me, and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Riku-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure.
いいぜ。
It's fine.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私からもありがとうを言うよ。
I'd like to thank you too,
ケイチくん。
Kechi-kun. Rina stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。
It's fine, Rina.
ここで待っててくれれば。
You can wait right here.
ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。
I just want to go around the yard with Ki-chan.
退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。
If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like.
なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them.
嫌だよ。
I don't want to.
みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。
Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan.
勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
Rina couldn't bring them back home with her so freely.
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
You're such a good kid. Only at times like this. Mion took Rina's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
Okay, let's go, Ki-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rina silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
Take care of Mi-chan.
ああ。
Yeah.
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back. I didn't know much about loss, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短気を起こさないように見張ってね。
Watch out that she doesn't do anything rash, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Rina had already thought that far ahead. Right.
そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
I won't let that happen. Rina rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ言ってあげて。
Okay, then go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rina sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。
Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons?
それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。
Maybe it just had to happen that way.
でも
But
あんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Well, I've been going for quite some time here already tonight. I still think we're pretty close to the end. I think there's probably just one more good chunk left. But I think with all the schedule and all that, the things I had mentioned earlier, the fact that there's probably going to be no Higurashi streams, or any streams for that matter, next Saturday, it makes sense then to leave whatever's left of this for Tuesday. We do Tuesday. We'll finish it. We'll finish this. And I assume the Tea Party extracurricular activities. And then basically have a week off of Higurashi. So that you can catch up on any parts you missed. Whatever you need to do. All that jazz. And then we'll come back a week later, so and start in on chapter 3. That's what I'm envisioning. So, I'm pretty sure that's what I did do back during the Umineko days. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we would finish like an episode, and then there'd be like a week break anyway. So, kind of like the idea of that, especially because I can't stream on next Saturday. So, we'll finish this Tuesday, allow everyone to catch up after that, and then start in on 3. But I think we can finish whatever's left of this and the extra thing on next Tuesday, in a few days. So, long stream was long though. Man, reading for like almost 5 hours straight, out loud, too much. Throat dry, messing up words constantly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Have a nice rest of your night. As always, especially now. Stay safe and stay well. I will see you in another stream. Thanks for hanging out. And, yeah, I'll see everyone hopefully in another stream.